So, ano ni Mark? The 19th session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. The chamber will be led in prayer today by a distinguished gentleman from Aurora, no other than Senator Sonny Angara.
Panginoon, marami pong salamat sa pagkakalob ninyo sa amin ng panibagong araw upang makapagsilbi sa bayan at sa mamamayan. Lord, dalangin po namin ngayon ang kaligtasan ng mga patuloy na hinahagupit ng kalamidad, na sana'y mailayo po sila sa anumang kapahamakan. Karangalan po naming mga senador na ginagawa ninyo kaming instrumento para makapaghatid ng tulong sa mga apektado at kapuspalad. Malagpasan nawa nila ang mga paghihirap na ito. Lord, lumalapit din po kami sa inyo upang muling hingin ang inyong patnubay at paggabay sa aming pagdinig sa pambansang budget at pagtalakay sa aming priority bills. Fill us with your grace and wisdom, O Lord, for we are here to make decisions in favor of our constituents. Send us the spirit of love and understanding so that everything we discuss today and in the coming days bears the fruit of progress for our country and for our people. This we pray in the name of your beloved Son, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Secretary, please call the roll of members. Session suspended.
Yes, Mr. President. Before we call the roll, Mr. President, we are delighted to have with us some guests from the gallery. Let me acknowledge, first things first, Mr. President, the family and friends of the late veteran journalist Mike Enriquez, Ma'am Elizabeth, Tita Baby, Yumping Enriquez, Mr. Glenn Aleona, GMA's first Vice President for Radio Operations, Mr. RJ Seva, GMA's Vice President for Radio Sales, Ms. Susan Seva, Mr. Anthony Pineda, and Mr. George Yumping. We welcome all of them in this August chamber,
Yes,
Mr. President.
welcome. Welcome to the chamber. We give our sincerest and deepest condolences to the passing of such a legendary newsman, and of course, who we have all been inspired with watching him every day in, day out, since I was a young boy.
Yes, Mr.
No other
President.
than Mr. Mike Enriquez.
And that is the number one agenda of today's session, Mr. President. Also, Mr. President, may I be allowed to acknowledge also guests of Senator Marcos from the National Commission of Senior Citizens, Chairperson Franklin Quijano, Commissioner Ricardo Rainier Cruz, and ASEC Irene Dumlao of the SWD. Guests of our Senate President Mig Zubiri, Vice Governor E.J. Falcon of Oriental Mindoro, guests of Senator Binay, Mayor Ronald Casico of Paete, Laguna, and guests of Senator Revilla, Mayor Dennis Glian, and Sangguniang Bayan members of Bailen, Cavite.
We also have with us Mayor Tata Sala of Davao De Oro ba?
Santa Cruz, Mr. President?
Sa hometown ni Bato yan, I think. Santa Cruz? Davao del Sur, tama.
Yeah. Mr.
So-
President, no. Okay, call the roll.
Yes. I will proceed now, Mr. Secretary, to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, can we ask for a minute
Yes,
suspension?
session suspended
Thank
for
you.
1 minute so that we can welcome our guests to the Senate. We'll just ask everyone to calm down in the back and settle down.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 770, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 774, 775, and 781. This is the resolution expressing the sincere condolences of the Senate on the death of Miguel Mike Castro Enriquez. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion is approved, and we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Resolution expressing profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the death of Miguel Mike Castro Enriquez, veteran and multi-awarded broadcast journalist, and honoring his contributions to Philippine journalism and mass communications.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, may this representation be recognized to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Yes, Majority Leader, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I join this august chamber and the entire nation in mourning the death of a legendary and fearless TV and radio anchor and icon of Philippine media, Mr. Miguel Castro Enriquez, popularly known as Mike Enriquez and Mr. Investigador ng Bayan. Dedicated 54 years of his life in the service of the Filipino audience through his work as a journalist and as a broadcaster. More than 5 decades, Mr. President, of a distinguished and stellar career is one great and exceptional feat. At 19 years old, the man from Santa Ana, Manila started in the industry even before his graduation from De La Salle University. He rose from the ranks and became one of the Philippines' most trusted broadcasters and a household name, drawing audiences from every corner of our country. His authoritative and authentic voice, Mr. President, became synonymous with the early evening news as he co-anchored GMA Network's flagship newscast, 24 Oras. Kasama siya ng pamilyang Pilipino tuwing hapunan. At kapag may hindi ka nais-nais na balita, sino nga po ba ang makakalimot sa kanyang linya? Sa linya ni Sir Mike na pasintabi po sa mga kumakain. At, excuse me po, he was, by all accounts, iconic, Mr. President. Mike Enriquez's vast work in TV and radio, including programs such as Saksi, Investigador, Super Balita sa Umaga, and Saksi sa Double B, earned him the trust and admiration of millions of audiences. His hard work and dedication to his craft was also recognized by several award-giving bodies. He was the first Filipino to win the Best Newscaster Award in the Asian Television Awards in 1999. He received numerous awards throughout his career from other award-giving bodies such as the Golden Dove Awards, Catholic Mass Media Awards, PMPC Star Awards for TV, and ComGuild Media Awards for radio and television, among others. In 2004, Mr. President, his team won the Silver Camera Award in the 2004 United States Film and Video Festival for the documentary Iraq in the Navel of War. Mr. President, today, we not only express our profound sympathy and condolences to the bereaved family, his wife, Mrs. Elizabeth, Tita Baby, Yumping Enriquez, his friends, and the entire GMA Network family. But also, Mr. President, we celebrate the life of Mike Enriquez that was well-lived, full of passion, Mr. President, and an inspiration to the legions of young journalists. His journey as a broadcaster is a lesson of credibility, masterful broadcasting, and passion for the truth. Walang kinikilingan, walang pinoprotektahan, serbisyong totoo lamang. We would often hear him say this on the primetime news, Mr. President. He remained true to these words. He was a fearless broadcaster who had an unparalleled commitment to independent, impartial, and accurate news. He was quoted by Tony Lopez in a tribute article published on August 31 when Sir Mike was asked about his awards that seemed to not stop coming. His eyes would light up, Mr. President, and say, "The best award is when a mother asks me to have a picture with her 10-year-old son. He wants to be like you." Personally, Ginoong Pangulo, hindi ko po makakalimutan sa lahat ng karakteristik ni Tito Mike ay yung pong kababaang loob. Yun po yung kanyang humility, Ginoong Pangulo. Yun pong despite his stature as a giant in the media industry, napaka-down-to-earth po niya, Ginoong Pangulo. Every time magkikita po kami, for many years, Mr. President, he would still be the one to make sure na siya yung unang babati sa iyo, Mr. President. Despite the fact, Mr. President, na na-starstruck po ako sa kanya noong nagsisimula po ako as Managing Director of Zoe Broadcasting Network. Mr. President, above all, his faith in our Lord Jesus Christ, his faith in God, lalo na po nung dumadaan po siya sa mabigat na karamdaman, through all the challenges and pain, he would always say, "Please pray for me. Please tell your dad, Senator Joel, to pray for me. Please tell your churchmates to pray for me." He knows, Mr. President, the importance of prayer, the importance of having that relationship to your Master, to your Creator, to our Supreme Being. Kaya, Ginoong Pangulo, nais po nating sabihin, paalam at taus-pusong pasasalamat sa isang alamat sa larangan ng broadcasting, isang dakilang mamamahayag, at isang tunay na makabayan at lingkod bayan. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and may God bless us all.
Maraming salamat, Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Aurora, no other than Senator Sani Angara. I move that he be
The
recognized.
distinguished gentleman from Aurora, Senator Sani Angara, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Distinguished colleagues, I join the Majority Leader in his very eloquent remarks, but just if I may be permitted to add a few sentences. If it is true that a nation is ruled by morning radio commentaries and evening news broadcasts, then Sir Mike Enriquez was one great statesman for our race. For over 30 years, our days were bookended by his presence on radio and TV. He read the news at night and explained its impact on our daily lives in the morning. And he did it in a manner that generated more light than heat. He was never coarse in his language. He was aggressive in questioning, but never abrasive, and always in pursuit of the truth. He did his homework and showed us that raising one's voice is not the way to elevate a discourse. He articulated our hopes and with equal passion our frustrations and fears. He was the Pinoy everyman who congratulated us on our triumphs and said that yes, we can, and comforted us during disasters, assuring us that help is on the way and that with each morning comes hope. His investigador was the Blue Ribbon Committee on television. And Mike, the dyed-in-the-wool green archer that he was, always hit the mark. His arrow never missed. Mike now belongs to the ages, but his voice will echo as a constant reminder of our unfinished business of creating a better, gentler, kinder society and a nation that is great and just. A dream we all share with him. Mike's legacy lives on in the many journalists he mentored, truth tellers he inspired. And these men and women will carry the torch that will cast a light on the truth. You were an influencer, Sir Mike, long before that term came into vogue. Paalam po, Sir Mike, at hanggang sa huli, dala ninyo ang paghanga at respeto ng buong mamamayan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Angara.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from the great city of San Juan, no other than Senator Jinggoy Estrada. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from San Juan, Senator Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I rise today to sponsor Senate Resolution 770, expressing profound sympathy and sincere condolences on the death of veteran and multi-awarded broadcast journalist, Mr. Miguel Castro Enriquez, or more popularly known as Mike Enriquez. Mike Enriquez has evolved from a disc jockey at a local radio station. He was then known as Baby Michael for his soothing voice, to becoming a household name because of his trademark expression, distinct style of delivering news, and hard-hitting commentaries. Of course, even kids know Mike Enriquez. Talagang hindi tinantanan ni Mike Enriquez ang pagpapayabong ng kanyang karera at pagiging mabuting halimbawa para sa mga mamamahayag. He has inspired a new breed of journalists to continue serving with unassailable integrity, professionalism, and outstanding work. That beyond his immense distinctions, recognitions, and contribution to the industry, what is truly important is being true to your craft. Ginoong Pangulo, talaga nakakagulat at nakakalungkot ang pagkawala ng isang sandigan at otoridad sa industriya ng pamamahayag sa panahong naglilipana ang disinformation at fake news. Sa may bahay ni Mike, si Mrs. Elizabeth Baby Yumping Enriquez, nakasama po natin ngayon sa Senado. Tanggapin po ninyo ang aming taus-pusong pakikiramay at pagpupugay sa inyong namayapang asawa na nagsilbing inspirasyon sa marami. Maraming salamat sa serbisyong walang kinikilingan, walang pinoprotektahan, walang kasinungalingan at serbisyong totoo lamang. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat, Senator Estrada.
Mr. President, Senator Bongo, who also filed a resolution in this August chamber, would just like to insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech, Mr. President.
Thank you. We take note.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the gentleman from the great province of Cavite, no other than Senator Bong Revilla Jr. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Cavite, Senator Bong Revilla, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nakikidalamhati po tayo sa asawa, pamilya, at mga naiwan ng isa sa mga haligi ng pamamahayag sa Pilipinas. Sa kanyang paglisan, nalagasan tayo ng isa sa mga itinuturing na pundasyon ng malayang pamamahayag sa ating bansa. Sa aking kapuso, Mike Enriquez is remembered for his great talent, courage, and passion for his profession. His career spanning 54 years is a testament to this. 5 dekada ng giting at galing. The hallways of GMA7 witness his immense dedication to broadcast journalism. Hindi natinag sa banta ng COVID-19. Patuloy pa na tumaginting ang kanyang tinig sa ating mga telebisyon at radyo upang ipahatid ang impormasyon at balita sa ating mga kababayan. Sa maraming pagkakataon, pinatunayan niyang hindi hadlang ang peligro sa sariling kaligtasan at buhay sa kanyang misyong ihatid ang nagbabagang balita sa mga Pilipino. Not the threat of guns nor the roaring of nature made him cower. The staff of his TV and radio shows would attest to this unwavering commitment to his craft. Kahit may karamdaman na, hanggang kaya pa niya ay tumindig at nagbalita pa rin siya. Kwento nga ng kanyang may bahay, hanggang sa huling yugto ng kanyang buhay, ninais pa po sana niyang makabalik sa trabaho. He looked forward to his recovery so he can return on air to carry on his mission. His mission may have already come to an end, but his legacy will live forever. It is not an exaggeration when we say the Philippine radio and television will not be the same with his passing. Mangungulila tayo sa kanyang tinig, maging sa kanyang mga nakakatawang adlib. Si Manong Mike, maaring nasasamid man minsan sa pagbabalita, pero kailanman ay hindi napipi at nabusalan sa malayang pamamahayag. Isang pagsaludo ang aming paghanga sa tatak ng inyong karera na walang kinikilingan, walang pinoprotektahan at serbisyong totoo lamang. Manong Mike, sabi nga ni Manong Joel, excuse me po, Manong Mike, you are excused. Paalam at maraming salamat po. Hindi po namin kayo malilimutan kailanman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, the distinguished lady from Las Piñas City, Senator Cynthia Villar, is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished gentle lady or lady senator from the city of Las Piñas is recognized, Senator Cynthia Villar. Ma'am.
I just want to manifest my support to the resolution honoring Mr. Enriquez and because for the information of everybody, ang kanya pong magulang ay nakatira sa Las Piñas. Kapitbahay ko po at malapit sa akin, kaya lang namatay na sila nung 2012. At ang kanyang mga kapatid ay nakatira pa rin sa Las Piñas. Kaya as a Las Piñeros, ako po ay full support sa family ni Mr. Enriquez at sana ay maka-recover sila sa kalungkutan ng kanyang pagyaw. Marami pong salamat.
Maraming salamat, ma'am.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the gentleman from the province of Davao and Bohol, Mr. President, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished gentleman colleague from the provinces of Davao del Sur and Bohol is recognized, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, today it has been a few days since the passing of a legendary figure in newscasting, journalism, and mass communications. More than anything else, I express my condolences to the bereaved family, loved ones, and colleagues of Mike Enriquez. I am humbly standing before you today to co-sponsor proposed Senate Resolution number 770, expressing profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate on the death of Miguel Mike Castro Enriquez. Throughout all the manifestation and speeches we will hear today, we will see in volume the value Mike Enriquez shared with all Filipinos. Many children grew up with fond memories of their childhood afternoons, coming to know his voice and figure, and not to mention his iconic line, "Excuse me po." Even my family knows his booming voice of authority and credibility. But behind the icon, Mr. President, was a man of excellence, integrity, and love for what he did. Mike Enriquez was also a loving son to his family. His mother, whom he dearly loved, and his wife, whom he genuinely cherished till the end. It is an understatement to say that he has been through it all. I am sure that he was ridiculed at times and experienced suffering from life's daily challenges, whether at work or in health-related terms. Still, he managed to push through it all because he possessed a trait that all great human beings share: the humility to live by their principles and the endurance to never give up on them. His life reminded me of a quote from Calvin Coolidge: "No person was ever honored for what he received. Honor has been the reward for what he gave." Mike never focused on the prize. He was always focused on what is right and true. Ika nga, hindi niya tinatantanan ang kahit sino, makapagbigay lamang ng serbisyong totoo. That's what he gave us all, what his whole life was all about. Sa mga masasamang loob, kung inaakala ninyo na sa pagpanaw ng investigador ng bayan ay makakabalik na naman kayo sa inyong mga dating gawi, nagkakamali kayo. In the words of Sir Mike, hindi namin kayo tatantanan. Maraming salamat, Mike. Your life's work and dedication will always be embedded in the lives of every Filipinos. Makakaasa ka na gagawin namin ang aming buong makakaya upang mapagpatuloy ang inyong nasimulan. Itaga mo sa bato. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the distinguished lady from the province of Pangasinan and Iloilo would also like to co-sponsor the measure. I move that we recognize Senator Grace Poe.
Our distinguished colleague from the provinces of Pangasinan and Iloilo, Senator Grace Poe, is recognized.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Marami pong nasabi na magagandang katangian sa ating minamahal na si Mike Enriquez. Pero sabi nga nila, behind every great man is also a great woman. And so I'd like to pay tribute also to his wife, Elizabeth, baby. I know that you really took care and supported Mr. Mike Enriquez. That's why he was able to do his work very well, and he was able to conduct himself fairly, and that's what we would like to express here in the Senate, our gratitude to him. Because as a journalist, it is important for him to report the truth without embellishment. As Senator Sani Angara mentioned, he didn't really put you in the spot to embarrass you. He just wanted to know the truth for the benefit of the public. And that we greatly appreciate. As politicians, of course, there are many things that can be said about us, but what we really want is for the truth to be known to the public. You guard us to be more responsible in our work. And that's what Mike Enriquez did. In the few times that he interviewed me, not only was it, well, I had to prepare for the interview for sure because I knew he would ask me facts. But it was also very entertaining and very light. And he made me feel comfortable. Kung wala ka namang tinatago, ay tatantanan ka naman niya. Pero kung may tinatago ka, talagang hindi ka niya tatantanan. So para sa akin, masaya ako pag ini-interview ni Mike at actually, bihira lang mangyari yon. Pero pag ini-interview niya ako, kahit maaga gigising ako para doon. So, his humility is really worth emulating. Hindi siya pa controversial lang para mapansin. And then I also admired his strong faith because I saw both of you in church a few times and he was very unassuming. So for those examples and virtues that he gave, we are so grateful. And again, to his wife, thank you for taking care of Mike. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the gentleman from Davao and Isabela, no other than Senator Rafi Tulfo. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from Davao and Isabela, as well as being one of our veteran reporters and is also in the same industry as Mike Enriquez, Senator, no other than Senator Rafi Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to be made co-sponsor of the measure and allow me to add that, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, the passing of Mr. Mike Enriquez is not just a loss, a big loss for the broadcasting industry. His presence will surely be missed by the entire nation as the voice of current affairs. Para sa ating mga mamamayan, siya po ay isa sa mga mapagkakatiwalaang broadcaster. His integrity as a news anchor cannot be matched. He always reported matters as it was. And he knew how to balance fairness and courage as news anchor. Meron lang po akong maikling ikwento ang aking pong karanasan kay Sir Mike Enriquez, as I always called him. Noong pong, bago pa lamang po akong salta sa media, many years ago, ako po ay naging talent ng CityNet Channel 27 sa GMA7 bilang isang news break anchor. At pagdating ko po, unang pagdating ko po doon sa studio ng CityNet Channel 27 or ginagamit po namin yung studio ng GMA7 at ako po ay isang bagong salta, bagito, mahiyain. Unang lumapit po sa akin ay si Sir Mike to make me comfortable. Ask me a few questions about who I am, saan ako galing, etc. And that was enough na para magkaroon po ako ng kumpiyansa at maging komportable sa aking surroundings. And many years after, ang sunod ko pong siyang nakita ay sa isang barbershop na pareho namin pinagugupitan, ang Bruno's Barbers, diyan sa Tomas Morato. And at that time, he was big, he was huge, he was humongous. Higanti po siya sa industriya. And yet, siya po ang unang lumapit sa akin again para mangumusta. Like what Majority Floor Leader told us kanina, si Senator Joel Villanueva, napaka-humble po ni Sir Mike Enriquez. He will always make you comfortable. Kung ikaw po'y bagito sa industriya, he will teach you. He will talk to you. He will show you the ropes. He's ready to lend a helping hand para maging komportable ang isang bagong salta sa media. At tuwing nakikita po kami paulit-ulit sa Bruno's, palagi niya po ako nilalapitan at kinukumusta. Now, I will always remember that. Sir Mike, paalam sa'yo, ako po ay pupugay sa'yo and will always be. Maraming salamat sa naging kontribusyon mong, malaking kontribusyon sa industriya ng broadcast. Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
Maraming salamat, sir.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that she be recognized.
Our Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Taus-pusong pakikiramay sa inibig ni Sir Mike na umibig din sa kanya na si Ma'am Baby at sa inyo pong buong pamilya. sa lahat po ng mga kaibigan ni Sir Mike at sa lahat po ng kanyang mga colleagues sa GMA7. Kasama na po ang anak ng isa pang higante sa GMA7 na si Tony Seva na nandirito rin kasama natin ngayong hapon. Mr. President, noon pong nagtatrabaho ako sa GMA7 mula early 1990s hanggang late 1990s, 5 po kaming co-anchors sa lumang programang GMA Network News. Si Leslie Espino, si Mari Caimo, si Vicky Morales, si Marga Ortigas at ako po. Dumating po yung panahon na isasara na po yung programang GMA Network News at maglulunsad ng 24 oras. At bagamat malungkot kami sa napipintong pagwakas ng GMA Network News, alam po namin at napatunayan sa habang panahon, lalo na sa pamumuno ni Sir Mike, na yan ay dahil ang isang mabuting bagay ay nagbibigay daan sa isang mas dakilang bagay. Nung una ko pong nakilala si Sir Mike, na-intimidate po ako sa kanya. Dahil hindi lamang po malakas ang kanyang boses, kaya nga may palayo siyang booma, kasi boom, pero malakas din po ang dating niya. Pero di tulad ng ibang mga tao na hanggang lamang malakas na dating, yung lakas ng dating ni Sir Mike ay may mahalagang laman. At sa kabila nung ganyang lakas ng dating, napaka mabait na tao niya, napaka mabuting tao. At habang nakasama ko siya sa newsroom ng GMA7, umugat po sa akin, Mr. President, at nanuot yung pag-unawa ko na isa talagang dakilang mamamahayag, isang dakilang tao, si Sir Mike. Punong-puno ng dignidad, isang tao na talagang gagalangin mo sa mahabang panahon. Kung kaya't, nung aming barkada ng 3 hanggang ngayon, sina Vicky at Marga at ako, ay nagluluksa dahil kay Sir Mike, pero hindi kami magpang-abot sa kanyang burol. Si Vicky ay nandun simula si Marga nung Webes, si Vicky nung Biyernes, at ako nung Sabado. Nagbabahaginan pa rin kami sa aming chat group hanggang ngayon. At kaya ko alam, Ma'am Baby, na hanggang ngayon, gaanong kahalaga sa aming 3, sa buong sambayan ng Pilipinas, si Sir Mike. Dahil mula man sa malapit, tulad ni Vicky, na pinalad na hanggang ngayon ay malapit na katrabaho at kaibigan ni Sir Mike. O mula sa malayo, tulad namin ni Marga, ay mahal pa rin po namin si Sir Mike. At damang-dama po namin ang kanyang pagmamahal sa aming mga katrabaho niya dati at katrabaho hanggang ngayon. Pagmamahal po niya sa marami niyang audiences at ang pagmamahal niya sa bukasyon ng pamamahayag. So Mr. President, muli po, taus-pusong pakikiramay, yakap mahigpit po sa inyong lahat, Ma'am Baby, at kasama po ng lahat ng mga kasama ko dito sa Senado. Isang nagmamalaking pagpupugay. Mabuhay po habang panahon ang legasya ni Sir Mike.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayorya. Gusto ko lamang pong ipadama sa ating lupon na ang isang katulad po ni Ginoong Mike Enriquez ay maihahalin tulad sa mga ilustrado. Sa atin pong mga katulad nila Jose Rizal, nila Marcelo del Pilar, noong sa panahon po nila ay yung La Solidaridad. Ito po yung mga mamamahayag na mga walang takot na nakipaglaban para isulong po ang kapakanan ng taong bayan. At kung titingnan po natin yung araw ng kanyang pagyao, Agosto 29, ito po ay napakahalaga rin sa ating kasaysayan dahil ito po yung labanan dyan sa San Juan. Na talagang nahahalili po siya sa mga bayani. At nakakatuwa din pong isipin, yung sumunod pong araw, August 30, ay National Press Freedom Day. Kaya po itong pagkakataon na ito na makapagbigay pugay sa yumao nating matapang na nakipaglaban para sa kapakanan ng taong bayan ay isa pong karangalan. Kaya ako po ay nakikiramay muli sa kanyang may bahay, kay Ma'am Baby at sa kanya pong pamilya at sa buong Kapuso Channel. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat.
Mr. President, last but not the least, to co-sponsor the measure is our distinguished colleague from the great province of Antique, our Senate President Pro Temp, no other than Senator Lauren Legarda. I move that she be recognized.
Our distinguished Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Indeed, the news of Mike Enriquez's passing has left us with a profound sense of sadness and loss as former colleagues in the broadcasting industry and as Filipinos, because we know Mike was not just a prominent figure in the field of journalism and broadcasting, but also a well-loved personality who touched many lives. He had complete staff work and really exercised this kind of work ethic and research. And he had integrity, as we all know, a rarity these days. He also exhibited a sense of humility despite his booming voice and presence and despite his stature. And he always spoke the truth, our truth. So I extend my deepest sympathies to his widow. And I discovered that they don't have children, so she has her nephews with her, to the whole family, friends and colleagues. Hindi ipapahayag ng mga salita kung gagaano tayong lahat ay may kalungkutan na marinig ang tungkol sa pagpanaw ni Mike Enriquez. Ang kanyang pagkawala ng isang taong pinapahalagan natin ay hindi madali. At naisip ko lang kung gaano ito kasakit para sa kanyang pamilya at sa kanyang mga kasamahan sa GMA7. Mangyaring malaman na ikaw ay nasa aking isip, ay panaligan sa napakahirap na oras na ito. And as former colleagues in the industry, even while we were in different stations, I can say that there was never any inch of competition. He had always been very professional, and I would say even as a friend. So I would like to associate myself with the views of my distinguished colleagues on the passing of a great man in journalism and broadcasting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President,
Thank you.
Senator Pia Cayetano from the city of Taguig and Pateros would also like to co-sponsor the measure. I move that she be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to extend our heartfelt condolences to the family. As a very young senator and very new in politics, Mike Enriquez really was a beacon of hope for a new politician like me because he was very professional and very kind. Wala pa hong internet, well, may internet naman, pero hindi pa active ang social media when I was a new politician. So yung inaabangan talagang mga tao is kung ano yung mga balita ng mga iba-ibang talk show host and of course the news sa radio and sa TV. But I have to say, Mr. President, like many of our colleagues have stated today, coming from the mouth of Mike Enriquez, always professional, always respectful. Yung bang gusto mo ring mapakinggan din ng anak mo? Yung bang kung mangarap maging pumasok sa larangan ng media ang anak mo, yun ang mga klaseng taong gusto mong makita nila at makilala nila. So he is a great loss to the country, but I always want the family to know that this person had an impact in the lives of many, not just media personalities, but also politicians like us. And that includes myself and my brother, Alan Cayetano. So condolences to the family.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. President.
my dear colleagues, if I may be allowed, before we act on the measure, I would just like to also share that his passing, he's, first of all, from all the speeches that we've heard today and all the experiences that we've had with Sir Mike, he truly is iconic. His passing is a great loss to the nation and to the millions of Filipinos who would watch him day in and day out. Many times you would start the day listening to him on the radio on your way to work. And in the evenings, when you end your day, you watch him on the news. Ganun ka-iconic at ganun ka-halaga no ang mga ang buhay niya sa napakaraming kababayan natin. We truly mourn his passing. And as he approaches the gates of heaven, parang naririnig ko po ang boses na ating Panginoon. Pasok! Mike Enriquez. Yan lang masasabi ko na yung apo na to para maalala naman natin ang magagandang ginawa po ng ating mahal na Mike Enriquez. Muli, pasok, Majority Leader, at tapusin na natin ito at bigyan ng karangalan ang ating kababayan na si Mike Enriquez.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Ngunit bago po tayo maghain ng formal na motion, nais ko pong ipahayag, Mr. President, that a lot of our colleagues wanted to be co-author and co-sponsor of the measure. May I move, with the permission of the body, that all members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, all members are made co-authors and co-sponsors of the resolution.
Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or propose amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 770, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 774, 775, and 781, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, proposed Senate Resolution number 770, taking in consideration proposed Senate Resolution numbers 774, 775, and 781 is hereby adopted by the Senate.
Thank you, Mr.
Therefore,
President.
We'd now like to ask for a minute suspension and request the family to approach the podium to receive the adopted Senate Resolution number 88. Therefore, session is
For a minute
suspended for 1
suspension,
minute.
Mr. President. Thank you.
Assume. Ano sabi niya okay na? Di ba pala? I have going to this event. What's advance?
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2426 under Committee Report number 107. This is the bill on Tatak Pinoy, Proudly Filipino Act. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Siya lang yung ibang red.
May I have a copy of the,
Ibang red.
ano? Yes,
Mr.
Senator.
President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we close the period of interpellations and debate, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of committee amendments and open the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Aurora, our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Sani Angara, is recognized.
Thank you once again, Mr. President, the distinguished Majority Leader and esteemed colleagues. If we'll go page by page, is that proper, Mr. President?
Yes, we'd like to
Nothing
start.
on page one, Mr. President?
Yeah, we
Let
start
our
at page
colleagues,
one, so no
make
amendments on
amendments.
page one. There being none, we'll move forward to page two, Your Honor.
On page two, we have one on, in section 2 on line 12, Mr. President.
Proceed.
If I may, after the word comparative in page 12, to insert the words or competitive. I so move, Mr. President.
This is on line 12,
Yes, Mr. President.
page 2, line 12. Is there any objection to the amendment? There being none, amendment is accepted.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 2, line 16, this is also still section 2. Page 2, line 16, after the word services, to insert the phrase "and to ensure adequate and steady supply of highly skilled and adaptive workforce and human resource."
And then to continue, the state shall develop and promote.
Yes.
Is that correct?
I so
To
move, Mr.
continue the
President.
line.
Yeah.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is adopted by subject to style.
Thank you, Mr. President. On line 17, also page 2, after the article "the," insert the word "knowledge." So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Moving on to page, page 2 still, lines 21 and 22. To delete that phrase, the phrase "all government agencies and instrumentalities," and to replace it with the phrase "the Government Procurement and Policy Board, GPPB." So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On line 22 and 23, delete the phrase "within their respective spheres, they," and replace it with "government agencies and instrumentalities." So move.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 3, line 8, after the word "innovation," to insert the phrase "as well as human resource development." And in the same paragraph on line 11, after the word "education," to insert the phrase "and training." And in the same section on line 14, after the word "commercialization," to insert the preposition "of." So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
Now moving on to page 4, Mr. President, line 13, after the word "products," to insert the phrase "and services." And in the same section and same line, line 13, after the word "materials," to delete the word and still on the same line, after the word "supplies," insert the phrase "services and intangible assets." And in line 16, after the word "Philippines," delete the word "or." And on line 18, after the word "Philippines," delete the rest of the proviso until the word "applicant," located on page 5, line 19.
Maybe we could read the,
Yeah,
How
and to
it will
insert
follow.
a new subsection 3 and 4, I'll read it after I read the subsection, Mr. President, as you instructed. Subsection 3, services refer to the delivery of value or intangible products through skills, expertise, labor, or some form of knowledge-based activity. 4, intangible assets, which refer to properties without physical existence, such as goodwill, brand equity, intellectual properties, patents, trademarks and copyrights, computer software, licensing, research and development, products of the creative industry, among others, As may be necessary, the TP Council shall issue guidelines on the conditions, standards, and criteria in classifying products or services as Philippine products or services. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 6 and 7 of the committee report, to delete the whole paragraph G. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 7, line 16, after the word tourism, insert the phrase migrant workers. And in the same paragraph on lines 18 and 19, delete the phrase the chairperson of the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC. And on page 8, line 2, after the word to delete the word reconstitute and replace it with the word expand. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now to moving on to section 5. This is on page 9, line 17. After the word proposed, to insert the phrase executive issuances and. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 9, line 23, to delete the phrase industry policy issues and replace with the phrase issues relevant to economic complexity and increasing the diversity, sophistication, and quality of Philippine products and services. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next is page 10, line 4, to insert a new paragraph L and to renumber the succeeding subsections accordingly. And the new paragraph L shall read, L, coordinate with education agencies, relevant interagency bodies involved in human resource development and industry for the continuous improvement of the education and training system towards ensuring adequate and steady supply of highly skilled and adaptive human resources to realize the priorities and strategic goals of Tatak Pinoy. So move, Mr. President.
And the letter L in the original draft will now become
This new letter to be
New
replaced
letter,
by this
yeah.
new letter L, Mr. President. Thank you.
there being no objection, the amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 11, lines 4 and 5, to delete the phrase TP Council and replace it with DTI. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, the amendment is approved.
On page 12, line 11, to delete the word funded. In the same paragraph, on lines 12 and 13, to delete the phrase established under Section 4 of this Act and replace it with the phrase and approved by the President of the Philippines. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 12, line 17, after the word market, to insert the following provisos. Provided that in approving the TPS, the President may expand from existing pillars identified under this Act. Provided further that the President shall ensure coordination and collaboration among TP Council members. And after this, to insert a new proviso to read as follows, the TPS shall be submitted for approval by the President within 8 months after the effectivity of this Act and is subject to mandatory review pursuant to Section 10 hereof. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved. Before we take up the other amendments, on number 12 of your amendments, on page 12, line 11, delete the word funded. Did you raise that, Your Honor? We might have missed that.
The insertion of to delete funded. Ba?
Delete the word
Yeah,
funded.
we so move to delete the word funded, Mr.
Okay.
President. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be sure.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the eagle eyes.
Thank you.
Mr. President, next is on page 14, lines 1 and 2, to delete the phrase a period of at least 6 years and to replace it with the phrase the same period as the PDP from which it was based on. And on line 2, to delete the phrase provide for midterm updates and to replace that with the phrase be updated. So move, Mr. President.
There being objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next is page 15, line 22, to delete the phrase to this end and subject to style to on line 23 after the word hereby insert the word automatically. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved subject to style.
Next is page 16, line.
But it continues on the same page 15, line 23, delete the phrase investment. Do we continue with that, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, you skipped that.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 16, lines 1 to 5, to delete the phrase for purposes of entitlement to fiscal incentives under Title 13 of the National Internal Revenue Code, NIRC as amended. The Tatak Pinoy programs and plans shall comply with the existing evaluation process and reportorial requirements according to Section 300 of the NIRC. And we insert the phrase, the grant, administration, and monitoring of fiscal incentives to identify Tatak Pinoy investment projects and activities under this act shall be governed by Title 13 of the NIRC as amended. So move, Mr. President.
Ask for minute suspension.
I appreciate the Senate leadership pointing out that I skipped something in my own amendments. So if I could, in addition to what was mentioned, on the same page and the same section, page 15, line 23, if we may delete the phrase investment priority sector to replace it with the phrase list of priority activities that will form part of the prevailing SIPP for the first 3 years of the implementation of this act. Thereafter, the inclusion of the Tatak Pinoy activities and projects in the SIPP shall be supported by a formal evaluation process or report pursuant to Section 300 of the National Internal Revenue Code. As amended, the TP Council shall prescribe measurable eligibility criteria for the inclusion of the Tatak Pinoy projects and activities in the SIPP. So, in addition to what we read out earlier. We so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
Page 14 na. Next is on page 16 of the committee report, Mr. President, after line 17, to insert the following paragraphs. The TP Council shall ensure that each pillar takes into consideration the environmental impact, sustainability, and intergenerational responsibility of the policies, programs, projects, and activities that are covered in the TPS. The TP Council shall include wherever it is appropriate in the TPS, interventions that encourage more responsible and sustainable consumption and production. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 18, line 14, this is section 12 on domestic preference. Line 14, to delete the entire item B and to renumber the succeeding items accordingly. And on the same paragraph, line 16, to delete the proviso provided finally that domestic preference under this act shall extend only to Philippine products and services in sectors and economic activities covered by the TPS. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 19, lines 11, 14, and 17, to replace the words Tatak Pinoy with Philippine. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
Now we have on page 19, line 21, we move to insert a new section, section 15, and to renumber the succeeding sections accordingly, Mr. President. And the new section 15 shall read as proposed. Section 15, green lanes for Tatak Pinoy projects. The concerned national government agencies, including the regional and provincial offices, government-owned or controlled corporations, quasi-judicial bodies, other government instrumentalities, and local government units involved in the issuance of permits, licenses, certifications, or authorizations shall establish a green lane within their offices in charge of expediting and streamlining the processes and requirements for the issuance of permits, licenses, certifications, or authorizations of the Tatak Pinoy investments duly identified in the TPS. For this purpose, the above agencies or offices shall designate an account officer for the green lane, and the above agencies shall act on the applications within the prescribed processing time, provided the concerned agency or LGU citizens charter, which shall not be longer than the periods prescribed under RA 9485 as amended. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment is approved.
This is inspired by your law, Mr. President, the ease of doing business
Still
law.
doing business.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 19, line 22, to delete the phrase broad buy-in and acceptance, and to replace with dissemination and policy coordination. So moved, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 20, line 6, insert a new section 16 and to renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. The new section 16 shall read, Section 16, Development of Philippine Products or Services. In the availment of incentives, the BOI shall determine through the SIPP the Tatak Pinoy activities as identified in the TPS that will be required to utilize Philippine products in developing their products or services if produced or manufactured domestically in sufficient quantity or of comparable quality and at reasonable prices. So moved, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, Mr. President, page 20, line 12, to insert a new section 17 with the succeeding correct numbering. And the new section 17 shall read, efficient implementation of the VAT refund. Notwithstanding any existing rules, the BIR shall implement a streamlined requirement and process for faster VAT refund of entities with Tatak Pinoy-related transactions in order to avoid any cash flow concerns of any Tatak Pinoy programs, projects, or activities. So move.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 20, after line 20, to insert a new section 19, which will read as follows. Section 19, amendatory clause. Number 1, to align with the policy of this act to mandate preference for Philippine products and services in government procurement, Section 43 of Republic Act Number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, is hereby amended. 2, to harmonize definitions on qualified Philippine products and services for purposes of government procurement, Sections 2 and 3 of Commonwealth Act Number 138 are hereby modified. And 3, any other provision of laws, orders, agreements, rules, or regulations contrary to and inconsistent with this act are hereby amended or modified accordingly, Mr. President. So move.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 20 to 21, line 21, Mr. President, to delete the paragraph Sections 2 and 3 of Commonwealth Act Number 138 insofar as it restricts the definition of domestic products to those substantially from articles, materials, or supplies of the growth, production, or manufacture of the Philippines are hereby repealed. And on page 21, line 3, to delete the phrase any other provision of and insert the word all. And on the same page, line 4, after the word act, to delete the word is and replace with the word are. And on the same line, line 4, after the word repealed, to delete the phrase amended or modified accordingly. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendments, amendments approved.
No other amendments. Thank you very much for your patience, Mr. President, and to our colleagues and the Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, sir, distinguished colleague.
Yes, Mr. President, while our colleagues will be waiting for the clean copy, Mr. President, may I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2426 under Committee Report number 107. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Can I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2243. This is the bill on Philippine Salt Industry Development Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of individual amendments, and with the consent of the body, I move that we resume the period of individual amendments using the amended copy of this, the said measure dated September 5, 2023 as our working draft. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
As for minute suspension, Mr. President, as some of our colleagues are asking for a copy.
Yes, maybe we can just.
Okay, now, we're okay now, Mr. President.
Yeah. Not less than Assistant Secretary. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Cynthia Villar. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the clean copy, may I introduce the following individual amendments?
Yes, please proceed, ma'am.
An omnibus amendment which shall replace all the adjective marginalized by the words subsistence and small in the phrases marginalized cooperative association, farmers, and fisher folks. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment's approved.
On page 2, line 5, section 3, Senator Legarda will introduce the definition of artisanal salt.
So may we ask Senator Legarda, may we recognize Senator Legarda to make the definition of artisanal salt. Session suspended. Of the sponsor, we'd like to recognize Senator Legarda who will introduce the definition of artisanal salt. On
Thank
page
you,
2,
Mr.
line
President.
5, section 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was requested by the sponsor to craft a definition of artisanal salt. So it's artisanal salt refers to unrefined salt derived directly from a living sea or ocean using traditional methods, period. It retains natural traces of minerals coming from seawater and is produced by traditional or community-based enterprises. As simple as that. I hope that is consistent with the
Is it
with
acceptable to the sponsor?
I accept the definition.
Subject to style, the amendment, there being no objection, is accepted. We just like to ask Senator Legarda to proceed to provide the Secretariat with the exact wordings, subject to style. Please proceed, Senator Villar, our sponsor.
On page 2, line 7, section 3, delete the phrase "and animal." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 3, line 22, section 4, delete the phrase "as required under the Asin Law" and replace with the phrase "and shall have the." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion and the amendment, amendment's approved.
On page 5, line 14, section 5, insert an anterior proviso which shall read, provided that the respective agencies may designate their permanent representatives whose rank shall not be less than an assistant secretary, subject to style, Mr. President. I so move.
This is the Subiri amendment.
Mr. President, yes, I have no objection with that, Mr. President. It's just that there's an anterior amendment that we laid on the table yesterday, Mr. President. So
Yes.
we would like to
Please,
find out if
proceed.
we can again
Will
move,
it affect,
Mr.
will it
President.
affect this amendment?
No, Mr. President, of
So
course
maybe
not.
we can take up, just
Yes.
approve this amendment
Yes.
and go back.
Can we join, Mr. President?
okay.
Yes,
It's the same section, but another,
Yeah.
so,
we'll
go
just
ahead.
approve this
Yes.
one, and anyway, it will not affect your amendments. There being no objection to this amendment, which I proposed yesterday, there being none, amendments approved. Thank you very much. Moving back to an ulterior amendment.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm not sure if the distinguished lady from Taguig and Pateros is on page, mine is page 5 between lines 2 and 3.
I'm still page 4.
Oh, page 4,
Yeah.
you can.
Actually, it's not an amendment, but an observation that the Senate President made, I think, and I'm not sure if it was also manifested by the majority floor leader, that in many laws that we've passed with many number of representatives making up a council, they can never make a quorum.
Yes.
So, so that was left hanging. I'm not aware if that was resolved, and
Is
ako
this it
naman
now? We approved it now, Madam.
What?
Senator Pia. We just approved the.
No, correct. Pero Your Honor, I don't know if that has been addressed also. Sorry, I don't know if that addresses it frees up the time of the secretary. But as to all of these people attending, whether USEC pa yan o ASEC, I think there are still problems like that existing. So this may be a unique proposal. It's not yet a formal amendment. We can suspend for a minute if you want. But I don't know, is it possible for them to convene without a majority? Because it's ridiculous that they cannot meet if people keep, if they cannot meet the majority. So I don't know, I leave that up to the sponsor. It's just an observation. Kung okay lang sa sponsor na, kasi this is 13, so you will need 7 members. So I can leave it at that. Nagbibigay lang ako ng suggestions kasi naawa ako sa dami ng naririnig ko na hindi nag-meet dahil hindi nabubuo ang quorum.
Mr. President, if you're gonna ask me, I don't like many members, but if it's the wish of the floor, I will not object.
Maybe we can table that, ask the Senator Pia to just craft the wordings, simple majority. We do that in this committee level. The committee level, we have, the committee, we have a rule. At least 1/3, something at least 1/3 of the membership may.
Mr. President, ba't ako magka-craft? I just pointed out, I just made an observation.
No, what's your wish in terms of
Wish,
number?
I am just sharing
what do you think?
I'm sharing my observation, but yeah, if the body's interested, I would suggest that
It really is a problem.
Problem.
Madam Sponsor and Senator, we were discussing that yesterday and I pointed that out, that there is really a difficulty in trying to get a quorum for them to make any logical decision or any conclusion on their discussions.
So, Mr. President, may I suggest that we bring down the number that will comprise a quorum?
yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
that's perfect.
That may,
Okay.
yeah, ganun na lang, baka,
Maybe we'll just craft a line
Yeah.
and maybe we can ask your staff, ma'am, while we're taking up the other amendments.
Okay.
We can ask the staff to craft a line that it does not necessarily need to have 1/2 + 1.
Okay. So,
So please proceed, ma'am, on your item number 6.
Mr. President, it's probably
sorry.
this representation.
Majority
Yeah.
leader.
Yeah, this is on page 5, between lines 2 and 3, insert a new item, letter I, Secretary of the Department of Labor and Employment. That is the proposal of this representation, Mr. President.
I accept.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much. Duly accepted by the sponsor for amendments accepted.
Okay.
Now the number, when you have a council for voting purposes, it's now 14.
Yes.
So
14, no?
for 13, if Pia was, Senator Pia said earlier that it was, so now it is what, 15? So it is an even number, so it's all right. Tama?
So,
My distinguished colleagues.
Meron, no?
ilan ba?
Tama, di ba, Erla?
Session suspended.
Ano, tama?
So there are 18 members, Mr. President.
Yes, and I was, when we were on break, we're discussing with the minority floor leader that in the deliberative body, it's always good to have an even number, so, I mean, an odd number, so that there's always going to be if there's a tie, there'll always be a tiebreaker. But in this case, for the good of the salt industry, hindi naman siguro magkakaroon ng tie dyan sa botohan. There probably will be a unanimous consensus among
What
all
is the,
stakeholders.
Mr.
So
President?
we can proceed. We accepted the motion of the majority leader,
Yes.
and therefore we can proceed to your
What
next.
is your opinion on what is the quorum?
Did your staff, one-third?
1/3? 6?
One-third, you can just say one-third, ma'am, will constitute a quorum,
So I will move that we insert
subject to style.
on the on page 5, line 14, section 5, that quorum would be 1/3 of the members.
Yes, will constitute.
Subject to style.
Subject to style, so that
Okay,
the secretary.
thank you very much.
There being no objection, amendments approved. Please
On-
proceed, ma'am.
On page 7, line 18, section 9, the word agencies only refers to National Mapping and Resource Information Authority or NAMRIA. Hence, the word agencies be replaced with the word agency. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 13, line 20, after the word act, replace the comma with a period and insert the statement, the BIFAR shall institutionalize the development of salt industry program as a regular program funded by the General Appropriation Act and shall cover the interventions that are not included for funding by the SIDPSEF. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendments approved.
On page 16, section 23, delete lines 1 to 5 and replace with the following. Section 23, importation of salt. Every person, natural or juridical, engaged in the importation of salt shall first secure clearance for said transaction from the following agencies. The DOH FDA for iodized salt, DA-BIFAR for non-iodized food-grade salt, and DA-BIFAR for non-food grade salt. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 18, line 20, section 28, after the word NFRDI, delete the colon and replace it with a period and lower the word provided to start a new paragraph. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection of the amendment, amendments approved.
On the title,
Sorry,
Mr. President.
Madam Sponsor, I had a anterior amendment I missed because you moved to page 18. Mine is on page 15.
So we can just, we approve this one on item number 9, and we just go back to your ulterior amendment. Secretary, Senator Pia, rather?
Yes, on page 15, line 18, after the word information, insert the phrase promotion of locally produced salt to local and international markets.
We can accept. No? We accept, Mr. President.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Madam
you.
Sponsor. There being no objection to the amendment, amendments accepted and approved. Your last amendment, ma'am.
On my last amendment, on the title, Mr. President, delete the phrase "and for other purposes." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion and amendment is approved.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Si ano hindi na siya mag-ano? Si Coco. Is
That's it.
Senator Pimentel not amending anymore?
Yes, our dear Minority Floor Leader is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. This is the attempt to save the artisanal salt industry, Mr. President. So, just a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, may we recognize the distinguished minority leader, Mr. President, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator
you.
Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is an attempt, again, I say it, to save the artisanal salt industry and help them actually prosper, Mr. President. On page 16, line 14, after the word production, insert the following phrase, comma, as well as of artisanal salt, comma. And then on line 15, after the word country, we put a period ending the sentence, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there?
Then we will
would
make the
sponsor,
deletions later.
Would the sponsor accept the amendment?
I accept.
Okay.
It's duly accepted by the sponsor. There being no other objections, amendment is approved.
And because of that amendment, Mr. President, I therefore move that we, on page 16, line 15, beginning with the word thereby, we delete all the entries up to line 20, up to the word salt, period. We delete this, Mr. President, and then the sentence starting with importers, comma, traders, we push down to be a new paragraph, Mr. President.
Is there an acceptance from the sponsor?
I accept.
There being no other objections and accepted, yes.
No,
yes.
no objection. Go ahead.
No objection from our members. The amendment is approved.
Just a manifestation, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
We did not object to the deletion of that phrase which gives the DOH the authority to review and continue its national iodization program because that is inherent in their mandate, no? So in this bill, which this was included in obviously the version that we were discussing, I'm okay that it's taken out because it is the mandates. But I want the record to show because when this is discussed in the future among the agencies and DOH has a policy and whatever their policy is, if they decide na hindi na pala kailangan mag-iodization, wala na palang deficiency sa iodine ng mga pregnant mothers natin, ang mga lactating mothers natin. We have no more issue of stunting of our children. We have no more issue of this infant's brain not developing because of a lack of iodine. Then that's their prerogative, Your Honor. So I want that to be clear in the record that the duty of DOH to oversee and to make policies with whatever supplementation they need, iodine or whatever remains. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Pia. Yes, Senator Risa.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Also, no objection to the amendment just approved by the Senate. Just to make of additional record, this input from UNICEF on why, as a general principle, the rationale on the mandatory iodization of food-grade salt. I would just like to make this of record, Mr. President. So from UNICEF, the World Health Organization states that all food-grade salt used in household and food processing should be fortified with iodine as a safe and effective strategy for the prevention and control of iodine deficiency disorders. Strong recommendation. In other words, WHO recognizes that food-grade salt should be iodized, not only if it is produced by large-scale producers, but also if it originates from small-scale producers. In many countries around the world, salt produced by small-scale producers is an important source of iodine for many households. Oftentimes, such salt is predominantly consumed by the poorest and most marginalized groups. As a result, ensuring the iodization of salt originating from small producers is important to address health inequities. As an emerging trend in some countries, artisanal salt has been promoted as a natural and unrefined product, making it attractive for special applications and packaged as a value-added commodity. As a result, producers are not willing to add iodine to this type of salt as the addition of a chemical is viewed to degrade the natural status of the product. This marketing strategy of a natural product negates the fact that iodine is natural to the sea, from which most salt is produced, and that iodine has no taste, color, or smell. Furthermore, the Iodine Global Network and its partners strongly oppose such exemptions to salt iodization programs as they could lead to a decline of iodine in diets. Indeed, iodine deficiency has emerged as a vulnerability in countries such as Sweden, where there is an increased use of gourmet salts that contain no iodine. In aggregate, and this is from UNICEF, Mr. President, in aggregate, it is therefore clear that the gourmet salts should not be exempted from mandatory salt iodization. So just for the record, Mr. President, recognizing also that the Senate has provided for a more limited and specific definition of artisanal salts in our definition of terms, and also that the mandate of the Department of Health either to sustain or to change its policy on such issues stands. Salamat kayo, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for the manifestation, Your Honor. Yes, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Mr. President, can I ask the sponsor to revert to Section 23? Because there was an amendment that we did not agree upon, and I did not notice that it was changed. This is Section 23 on the importation and exportation of salts. So do I understand correctly that there was an amendment just prior to this Section 25 that changed letter A of food grade salt to iodized salt?
No, Section 23 is we remove the exportation of salt. That's the amendment.
So can the whole section be read, please?
Section 23, importation and exportation of salt. We remove the exportation of salt. So importation of salt. No person shall import without first securing a permit from the following agency, DABFAR and DA. You're reading from the amendment. Okay. This is the amendment. Importation of salt. Every person, natural or juridical, engaged in the importation of salt shall first secure clearance for the said transaction from the following agency. DOHFDA for iodized salt, DABFAR for non-iodized food grade salt, and DABFAR for non-food grade salt.
So, Mr. President, that is the problem. Because we agreed in principle that we will continue to ensure that food grade salt is iodized. Yung artisanal lang yung ine-exempt natin. So now, if the permit for importation is only for iodized salt, edi pinilusot natin, as is happening now, lahat nung salt na hindi iodized, edi nawala na ho yung program. Yun ho ang napag-usapan natin na continue tayo dyan, yung artisanal salt lang ang i-exempt.
No, when we talk of artisanal salt, we're talking of export, di ba? And local.
Yes, and that is all we agreed upon.
Talaga naman, when you import salt in the Philippines, the practice, hindi naman iodized yung ini-import eh. Dito rin ina-iodize sa Philippines eh.
Yes, and that is precisely why the term that should be here is food grade salt. So that namo-monitor nga po. Pag sinabi mong iodized lang, edi wala nang pakialam ang FDA sa mga pumapasok. Precisely why the term food grade salt should be retained in letter A. And DOHFDA for food grade salt. That is the provision that was there last night, and that is what I thought we had agreed upon.
The clean copy has no letter A eh.
The clean copy I have has a letter A.
The clean copy we have has no letter A.
So then we have to ask the secretariat or your staff how come the clean copy I have has a letter A. And even the copy coming from your office has a letter A.
So,
Section 23. So we're going to go through the next bill.
can you flash the section 23 from the clean copy?
Yes,
Kasi
we'd
sa
like
amin
to ask the
wala letter A
Secretary.
eh.
Secretary, please flash on the screen the section 23. the
It's
whole
clean
section.
copy as of September 5, 2023.
Yes, it's okay. We'll just show that. Session suspended. Why don't you?
President, in section 23, will just remove an exportation, which will read importation of salt. And we will adopt the original one, except that we will put A and B rather than B and C.
Madam
Okay.
Sponsor,
This or is it that? Wait.
Madam Sponsor, we'll have to put proper order to this. We will have to move for its reconsideration of
Okay.
that particular
What's the latest?
amendment or that particular section. So the motion is to reconsider amendments to section 23. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
There being no objection, motion's approved.
Okay. Before we proceed, may I just ask, I'm very confused. Is this the existing wording? Because earlier her honor was saying there is no letter A, and there's another version that starts with the word no person. So may I just know?
No, this is the amended, this is the one adopted
The
earlier.
latest, yeah. So this is what we have on the floor now.
Yes,
Oh,
because we
okay.
adopted it later,
Okay.
earlier.
Since her honor is also saying remove the word exportation, there's no word exportation.
No, it
Meron
is-
eh.
Madam Senator Pia, the top portion was what we amended. That's what we added. The lower portion is the original one as of yesterday.
No, so the top portion is what is on the table.
Yes, which we
Okay.
accepted earlier.
Can I just read it? Every person, natural or juridical, engaged in the importation of salt shall first secure clearance for said transaction from the following agencies: A, DOH, FDA for iodized salt; B, DA, BFAR for non-iodized food grade salt; and C, DA, BFAR for non-food grade salt. May we hear now the amendment? Because her honor said something about removing the word exportation, which
Yes.
I cannot find.
No,
Yeah.
because it was, she removed it already, ma'am.
So that's not on the table anymore. It's already removed.
Yeah, it was already removed.
Okay.
There's nothing for exportation.
Okay.
Okay. So are there still any amendments?
Yeah, so the amendment that I have been moving for your honor is to change the phrase, the words iodized salt in letter A to food grade salt.
Yeah, we're adapting the original. Can I read it so you might agree with it?
What's the original?
Ah,
So we are changing to no person again.
no, importation of salt. No person shall import without first securing a permit from the following agencies: A, DABFAR and DOH FDA for food grade salt, and B, DABFAR for non-food grade salt. The DOH, FDA, and DABFAR are hereby mandated to harmonize and streamline their processes. Period.
So in other words, Madam Sponsor, you are going to revert back to the original section, just removing the word importation.
Yes,
Say
exportation.
Exportation pala, exportation.
Okay?
Okay, so we're now reverting to it's just reworded a different way. But may I know from her honor, why do we need DA and BFAR for food grade salt? Because as far as I know, for food grade salt, it's DOH and FDA. When it's
No,
for
we just
human
want-
consumption.
We just want to have a record of how much we are importing.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Okay, I am okay. I have no objection to the latest version, Your Honor. Thank you.
So therefore, the new amendment that she proposed, our sponsor proposed, is the one below with the a deletion of those words. Everyone here is in agreement. There being no objection to the amendment. Amendment is approved.
Okay.
Secretary, subject to style, Secretary, please make sure that you capture the right amendment.
Okay, wala na si...
Mr. President, with no other amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments. So,
Finally.
Mr. President.
Finally, this bill on the salt of the earth is finally going to be approved. So there's a motion by the majority floor leader to approve this on second reading.
No,
Is
closing
closing,
period of
sorry,
individual
closing.
amendments.
There be no objection. Period of amendments is closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2243. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, Senate Bill number 2243 is approved on second reading. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2243.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
At this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2200. This pertains to the Basic Education, Mental Health, and Wellbeing Promotion Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of individual amendments. And with that, Mr. President, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the amendment copy of the bill dated August 29, 2023 as our working draft. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Basic Education, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, for his individual amendments.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first of all, I would like to thank Senator Pia Cayetano for her interventions, and truly it made the bill much more cohesive in terms of concepts and objectives. So let me start off, Mr. President, on page 2, line 1 of the amended copy as of August 29, 2023, as released by the Bills and Index Service.
My dear colleague, can we go page by page? Is there any amendment on page 1? There being none, please proceed to page 2.
Page 2. On page 2, line 1 of the amended copy as of August 29, 2023, as released by the Bills and Index Service, after the word program, insert the phrase, and other health and wellness activities, including sports, including sports-related programs. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion is approved.
On page 3, line 27, delete the phrase, enable other associated, and replace with the word promote. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to amendments approved.
On the same page, and line number, after the word behaviors, insert a comma and the phrase habits and activities. I so move, Mr. President.
Underline what line?
Same line, line 27.
Same line, okay. There being no objection to the motion, amendments approved.
On page 6, lines 5 to G, lines 5 to 9, delete the lines starting from the word the until the second word provided. Then insert the clause, provided that the DepEd, in consultation with the Philippine Council for Mental Health and other stakeholders, shall provide a general framework as discussed. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendments approved. Dear sponsor, do you have a could you give us copies of the amendments? So I can, you just wrote it.
Yeah, Mr. President, we just wrote it because we agreed with the the sponsor or the proponent who made the amendment, Mr. President. Meron ba tayo?
Okay.
Mr. President, there are only 5 amendments, actually. Sorry about that, Mr. President.
Okay lang, okay lang. Sige, let's proceed, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is the last amendment, Mr. President. On page 8, line 1, insert a new paragraph to be read as follows. It shall likewise develop a scholarship program for in-service teachers to earn 18 units of courses in guidance and counseling or psychology to qualify as mental health associates should they opt to apply for such positions. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
That's it, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my distinguished colleague, dear sponsor.
Mr. President, with no other amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
There being no others who want to amend the measure, and with the motion of the majority leader, no, that being objected to, the period of amendments is closed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2200. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, Senate Bill number 2200 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Congratulations to the sponsor
Congratulations to the sponsor.
and the authors.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2200.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the consideration is suspended.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2221 under Committee Report number 69. This is the bill on the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellations and debate. With that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the distinguished gentleman from the province of Isabela and Davao, the sponsor of the measure, Senator Rafi Tulfo, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Rafi Tulfo, is recognized together with our minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, let me congratulate our sponsor for filing and reporting out this visionary bill, Mr. President. Finally, a Magna Carta for our seafarers. And the purpose of our interpellation actually is to make sure that there would be no what we call unintended consequences flowing out from the words which we use in the bill or in the law to really make sure that our Filipino seafarers benefit from this Magna Carta. Narinig ko rin naman na from our sponsor na para sa kanila ito. Siguraduhin natin na mananatiling para sa kanila at talagang makikinabang sila. So, with this introductory statement, Mr. President, if our sponsor can allow me now to commence with our interpellation, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Your Honor.
Our bill has some extra territoriality concept contained in it, Mr. President, in the sense that we want our law to apply to ocean-going vessels which are even foreign registered. So how can we possibly ensure the applicability of our Magna Carta, Mr. President?
Okay, we're talking here, Mr. President, Your Honor, about ocean-going vessels, which means those are the international seafarers. While the domestic seafarers are referred to those vessels carrying Philippine flagship and plying domestic routes, they are the ones that are considered as domestic seafarers. But under the Magna Carta that we are trying to come up with here, it helps and refers to both the international and the domestic seafarers. Both will benefit.
Yes, both nga. So, does this mean that we are making subject to Philippine law the ship owners of those foreign registered ocean-going vessels, Mr. President?
As far as domestic seafarers, well, they should be subject to our Philippine law. We have the DOLE, we have the we have also the Marina, and all other domestic laws that cover domestic seafarers. On the international law, the flagship of that country where the seafarer is employed in that ship will be responsible in implementing the MLC, the Maritime Labor Convention of 2006. And when there's a problem with the seafarer on that particular ship, so during the port of call of that country, then that country should take over to ensure compliance with the MLC and make sure that the seafarer on that ship, Filipino seafarer, will be protected given all the rights that is mentioned in the MLC of 2000.
So when we, for the Filipino seafarer who is on that international ocean-going vessel, when we want to help him invoke his rights, we communicate with the other country in the port of call, invoking the MLC 2006, which is the International Convention, or invoking our particular law.
Okay, there are 140 countries who is members or signatories in the MLC of 2006. And all of them are in compliance, Your Honor, Mr. President, doon sa MLC, na kung ano po yung mga nakasaad doon sa MLC. So, therefore, pag meron pong problema ang isa pong seafarer, say Filipino seafarer, kung ano man barko na yun, flagship of that, whatever country or whatever flags that ship carries, then automatically he or she is protected. Kasi nga po, in compliance, halos lahat ng mga vessels na kung saan meron tayong mga seafarers. And they have to comply with that MLC convention dahil nga signatory po sila.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. Meaning, does it mean that our bill actually implements MLC 2006, Mr. President?
Yes, that is correct. We are compliant with what is stated in the MLC of 2006, Mr. President, and Your Honor, same as all the other countries, most of them, 140 of them, as a matter of fact, signatories sa MLC convention.
Okay, what would be the important points of MLC 2006 which are also captured and reproduced in our Magna Carta, Mr. President?
That is correct, Your Honor. Kasi doon sa MLC, Your Honor, meron pa kasing standard na sinusunod, and all countries, like I said, signatory to that. So, kailangan nila sumunod kung ano na pag-usapan doon. And kasama na rin po dito sa Magna Carta, lahat ng mga batas na nakasaad doon sa MLC Convention, nandito rin nakasulat sa ating Magna Carta for seafarers.
Yes, Mr. President, can we have, let's say, the top 3 ideas in MLC 2006 which are also found in our Magna Carta?
Yes, Mr. President, actually I have 6 areas.
6, okay po.
Yes, which the European Commission considered 6 activities. Okay, hold on, Mr. President. Baka sinasabi ng napatabi ko.
Ilang pages.
Okay, sorry, Mr. President, Your Honor. So dito po sa Chapter 3, Section 5, dito naka-state, specify yung mga rights po ng mga seafarers. Nandiyan yung right to just terms and condition of works, right to self-organization, collective bargaining, right to educational advancement and training at reasonable, affordable cost, and rights to information of seafarers' family, of next of kin, etc.
So at least yung MLC 2006 enumerates or lists down rights of seafarers. And did we make sure that all of those rights mentioned in MLC 2006 are reproduced or restated in our Magna Carta? 100%? Wala tayong inomit? 100%? At meron din ba tayong dinagdag sa ating
Yes,
local
Mr.
version?
President.
Opo.
Well, whether we like it or not, it's automatic that we have to adopt whatever stated on the MLC convention because we are a member of that, Mr. President. We are signatory to that, and so we have to abide to it. But we have added something on it para naman doon sa ating mga local seafarers. So para
local.
pinagbubuo. So kasi Mr. President, kung tayo magpo-focus lamang para sa ating mga international seafarers, then para may discrimination naman, para naman yung ating mga domestic seafarers. So pinagkaisa na yon dito sa Magna Carta for seafarers.
But the MLC 2006, which is an international agreement, is meant to govern international as well as domestic seafarers of the state parties?
That is correct, Mr.
Okay, so
President, Your Honor, sir.
Okay, so what was our approach in our bill, Mr. President? Did we lift the wording of the MLC 2006 and then we restated it in the Magna Carta? Because takot ako sa ganyang approach because we might we might incorrectly restate, because the easier version would be for our bill to refer to MLC 2006, if that is our intention, that we will simply reproduce rights found in MLC 2006 in domestic law.
Like I said, Mr. President, Your Honor, since we are a member country of the MLC Convention and we ratified back in 2012, so lahat po ng provision na nakalagay doon sa MLC, we should be in compliance to that, and we should abide with that kung ano man yung nakasulat doon, ano man na paglagyan doon. So, therefore, dito sa ating Magna Carta, it goes without saying na lahat na nakasulat doon, matik, na
Reproduce po natin pala. Apo.
Exactly, Mr.
So yun yung approach natin.
Yes,
Instead of just merely citing the convention.
that is correct, Mr. President.
Apo,
Matik
sige.
na yun.
Okay po. Thank you po. So I noticed the outline of the bill. So there's a particular chapter na only for domestic seafarers. Which led to some confusion within our ranks. No? So, does this mean that it is only that chapter which is not applicable to international seafarers? Or does it mean that it is only that chapter which is applicable to domestic seafarers?
That's right, kung na-notice niyo po, Mr. President, Your Honor, like I said kanina, kailangan isama natin dito yung domestic seafarers dito sa Magna Carta because they're also considered as seafarers. Kasi kung ilalagay lang natin dito pang international at wala silang chapter dito, then they might see na they're being discriminated against. So sinama natin sila dito, but they have an exclusive chapter only for them. But still, they're recognized internationally as seafarers, and that's why we have this Magna Carta na sinama sila as well.
Okay, so the Magna Carta for seafarers, when this becomes law, when we read it, it's applicable to both domestic and international seafarers, the entirety of the law, except that there's also a chapter just for domestic seafarers, in addition to the rest of the law.
That is correct.
Okay, so we get it, Mr. President. But how will we operationalize this, Mr. President? Let us say, merong paglabag sa ating batas, itong Magna Carta, and then, siyempre, ang lumabag ay yung foreign registered ocean-going vessel. Therefore, ang most likely, ang ship owner niyan ay foreigner. So, paano po natin siya mapapanagot sa paglabag sa batas or masisingil kung meron man pong siyang utang sa ating seafarer?
Okay, if we're talking about utang, Mr. President, na hindi nababayaran ng say yung flagship vessel, sabi mo nga na foreign, yung sa ating seafarer, then we go after the manning agency because the seafarer was hired through the manning agency. Mr. President, Your Honor.
Okay, so the manning agency naman is definitely based and present here in the Philippines. Ganun po ba yun?
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So ahente siya. That is the agent of the principal who is the ship owner. But then what is their liability, Mr. President, under the law? Kung may paglabag ng batas, yung solidary ba ang liability ni ship owner at saka ni manning agent or agency?
That is correct, Mr. President. Kung ano yung liability ng ship owner, ganun din yung liability ng manning agency. Both of them are liable doon po sa kung anumang paglabag o anumang pwedeng may claim ng ating seafarer against them.
Automatic yun. Yun ang automatic.
Automatic po yun,
Automatic. Okay po.
Mr. President.
Ngayon po, ito pong sa hearing po ba natin sa panukalang ito, meron bang nag-oppose sa ating panukala?
Wala, Mr. President, pero doon sa technical working group, I talked to several stakeholders, kasama na dyan yung DMW, kasama yung OWA, kasama yung NLRC, kasama yung mga malalaking union. At first, meron pong mga pagtututol and then they told me ahead of time na ayaw nila ng tinatawag na escrow provision.
As escrow.
Yeah, and when I told them na hindi magkakaroon ng escrow provision, yung Magna Carta for Seafarer, this bill, that they make some suggestions na para naman in exchange doon sa escrow na provision na para wala pa rin talagang escrow. So, the thing here, Mr. President, na naintindihan ko po kung bakit marami sa mga agency na nagre-request kailan malagyan ng escrow kasi malaki ng kalugian daw nila. Umabot as a matter of fact to 2-point-something billion pesos yung mga nanalo sila pagdating sa Supreme Court sa kaso. And so, pag kailangan ng magbalik ng pera, ang seafarer, wala na silang pera, doon sila nagkakalugi. And then these manning agents are telling na kung ganun rin lang, there's that possibility na ito mga ship owners might no longer hire Filipino seafarers as a result. So ang nakikita ko talaga, the root of the problem really is the ambulance chasers. So dito sa Magna Carta natin, it will be focusing more on how we can stop these ambulance chasers from operating and victimizing our seafarers.
Ito po ang ating draft ng bill natin. Wala naman ako nakitang escrow provision. Kaya wala akong tanong tungkol sa escrow provision kasi wala sa Senate draft yon.
Precisely.
Tayo ba, binibigyan ba tayo ng garantiya ng ating sponsor na sa period ng amendments, wala po tayong kaplano-plano na maibalik or mailagay ang isang escrow provision?
Like I said earlier, Mr. President, naintindihan ko po kung bakit maraming gusto magkaroon ng escrow provision dyan. In fact, the Congress version would say that there should be an escrow provision to protect naman siguro yung business interest ng mga ship owners, maging yung mga manning agencies na later on kapag patuloy silang nalulugi, hindi sila nakapag-claim or hindi sila nababayaran after na manalo sila sa Supreme Court, then there's a possibility na they might withdraw their interest in hiring Filipino seafarers. That's why nakita ko na yung problema. The root of the problem talaga, Mr. President, is pagdating po doon sa grading system ng disability. So na-address ko na yan, nakita ko yung problem na yan, how we can go about that, and I told that nung magkaroon kami ng TWG doon sa mga stakeholders at sila ay napahanga. Sila ay nag-suggest at the same time, and then we talk about the way na para masiguro na wala talagang escrow. Zero, nada, zip.
Tama po yun. At I will confirm that. Sa inaral ko na version natin, walang escrow.
Wala.
So,
But at the same time na hindi rin po malulugi yung mga manning agency. We also have to protect their interests. We also have to protect their business. Kasi po, they were there to make money para magkaroon ng negosyo. Pero ayaw na natin sila na mabankrupt naman or ayaw natin sila na umatras later on just because tulad ng tingin nila sa atin. I mean, tingin nila sa atin na pag kinuha namin itong mga seafarers na Pilipino, baka magbibigyan sakit sa ulo. So why hire them? We should be hiring other seafarers from other countries na lang. Pero dito sa Magna Carta natin, doon sa period of amendments, I will show you how we'll do it na zero talaga yung escrow provision. Wala talaga. Zero, nada, zip.
Hapa. Kaya nga, if we don't amend it towards putting that, wala talaga. So tama, this representation agrees with the bill in the sense.
And I already promised that to Senator Riza on the very I'll stand by it at talaga until the end.
Yes.
Wala talagang escrow.
But then our sponsor has mentioned that he has found the solution. It's in the grading system of disability. Wala pa ngayon dyan. It will be introduced in the period of amendments.
Exactly,
Kasi
Mr. President.
wala rin ako na-encounter na ganun po sa
Correct.
pag-aaral ko.
There's a period of amendment, it will be explained how are we gonna do it and make it possible na hindi magkakaroon ng provision and yet both sides hindi lugi. Hindi lugi yung ship owners, hindi lugi yung seafarers. Nasa gitna tayo at everybody happy. Ika nga.
Thank you. It's the compromise, but it is not about the escrow system. Okay. Salamat po. Pagdating po sa definition, sa coverage, medyo ako lang po, this representation ay parang nagtataka ako bakit natin in-exclude po ang fishing vessels. Kasi na-encounter ko ang DMW sa DMW Act may definition ng seafarers, kasama po ang ating mga fishers. Ang term yata na ginamit doon, fishers. Apo. Bakit po natin sila tinanggal? Bakit nila sila itinuturing na seafarers?
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, and Your Honor, for that very nice question. They are excluded because they're covered under a different convention, Your Honor. Yun yung tinatawag nating Convention 188 of the International Labor Organization, wherein of 2007, when they are being recognized as seafarer, pero mas iba ang designation nila pagdating sa batas tungkol sa maritime labor law.
Pero yung mga karapatan po na naisip natin for our seafarers na nilagay natin sa Magna Carta for seafarers, okay lang ba na i-extend din natin sa kanila? Wala naman siguro masama na i-cover din natin sila, Mr. President.
That's a very nice suggestion, Mr. President. We'll think about it. But so far, right now, much better kung hiwalay na lang natin sila dahil para hindi na magkaroon ng confusion, because we have the MLC that really covers the international seafarers, excluding the fishermen in fishing vessels because they're covered under the Convention of 188 of ILO of 2007 para hindi magkaroon ng confusion. That's why right now they separated sila. Pero that's a good suggestion. We'll look into it, Mr. President.
Yes, especially Mr. President, kasi ganitong nakikita ko po, si MLC 2006, ang counterpart local law niya would be this one. Itong ating pinag-uusapan, the Magna Carta for seafarers.
That is
How about si Convention 188? Meron na ba siyang counterpart local law? Kasi kung wala pa, there will really be a void or a gap, Mr. President, unless the sponsor is telling us that these conventions are self-executing in Philippine territory. But I think we need to pass enabling laws to implement them.
Okay, yung sa ILO of 2007, Mr. President, we're talking about fishermen on that are deployed on international vessels. Now, doon sa mga fishing vessels natin na domestic, then they are covered under the Philippine law. Na meron tayo nandiyan yung DOLE, na meron tayong mga provisions sa ating batas na they are also protected.
But not necessarily the Magna Carta. Kung ito panukala ay maging batas, does this cover our domestic fishers?
No, Mr. President.
No, it would be...
Because yung seafarers, unique kasi they're for commerce and trade. When you say seafarers, they're more on commerce and trade. These seafarers on board ocean-going vessels, whereas ito pong mga fishermen, sila ay, the purpose of them is to go fishing, and then after a day or two, they'll come back to shore para i-unload yung kanilang mga isda, and then they go back again sa sea. Whereas yung mga seafarers natin, yung sinasabing international seafarers or domestic international seafarers, they go out to their whatever the destination is, and it will take weeks and even months before na sila ay makabalik dito sa Pilipinas, Mr. President, after they finish the contract.
So ito pong definition ng seafarer na nasa DNW Act na babasahin ko po na, it shall include fishers on board commercial fishing vessels on international waters. Ang naiisip pala nito ay yung po sinabi nating sponsor na after a few days, babalik na sila sa Pilipinas. Ganun po ba yun?
Yung sinasabi ko, Mr. President, I'm just trying to differentiate yung mga fishermen versus yung mga seafarers on ocean-going vessels. Kasi sa mga mangingisda, pupunta sila sa laot, and then babalik ulit sa shore, and then pupunta sa laot. Whereas ito mga international seafarers, they're on duty, doon sila sa barko nila for weeks and weeks and weeks, and even months.
Okay.
Na,
Pero yung mga fishers po na nabanggit natin ay pwedeng bumalik na sila sa shore, pero that is still outside of the Philippines. Nasa labas pa rin po sila ng ating bansa.
okay,
Tama
so
po?
you talk,
Pwede, posible there are fishers like this, Filipino fishermen or fishers as the word is used in the DMW Act. Posible ganun, they are on board a commercial fishing vessel on international waters.
yes.
And then when they report to their station, that is land, but that land can still be a foreign country.
Okay.
Posible po.
I think this was several weeks ago, Mr. President, when we met with some Japanese diplomats in a hotel. I forgot which hotel is that, and they did mention to us, na marami raw mga Filipino seafarers sa mga fishing vessels sa Japan. Okay, so they are considered as seafarers, but they are covered differently. Governed by the DMW, Mr. President, Your Honor.
So, thank you for that enlightening answer, Mr. President. But does that mean that ILO-188, 2007 does not need an enabling law to protect the Filipino fisher folk which are on board foreign commercial fishing vessels?
Okay, yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, well, we haven't ratified yet, but once we ratify that, then we will comply, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Like MLC 2007, we have ratified already, and we're
We have
but
ratified.
still, we are introducing this Magna Carta as its enabling law. So how about ILO 188? So kung wala pa, at any rate, sinabi naman ni Mr. Sponsor kanina, our idol, that he's open to studying it. At is it possible na we do not allow this void, to persist for a long or longer time, Mr. President? And is it possible to cover them in the Magna Carta for seafarers? This fisher folk or fishermen on board commercial fishing vessels, Mr. President?
I see where you're coming from, Mr. President, Your Honor, and I understand that. Maybe that needs to be studied, like you said, maybe for consideration later on in the future. Pero hindi kaya po ng fishing industry ang MLC standards. Mas higher po kasi yung MLC standards versus yung standards na nakalaan po para doon sa mga fishermen. Doon po sa tinatawag natin na 188 Convention of ILO. So those are two different animals, Mr. President.
Anyway, as written, it's very clear kasi sinabi rito except eh. So ang approach po ba natin dito sa coverage ng ating Magna Carta is tayo ba'y nakatingin sa nationality ni seafarer or sa nature ng vessel?
Okay.
Saan po, ano po yung mas, ano ang tawag doon, na critical factor po? Opo.
We're not looking at the nationality of the seafarer, Mr. President, Your Honor, kasi very clear dito na ang coverage lang nito ay para sa mga Filipino seafarers. Hindi na po natin problemahin, intindihin yung mga seafarers from other countries because they have their own Magna Carta, they have their own rules and laws that protect their citizens ng mga countries na yon, Mr. President, Your Honor.
So, if there is a foreigner on board a Philippine registered domestic ship, what law governs the rights of the foreigner?
We do not accept foreigners in our vessels, ocean-going vessels, Mr. President, because I believe there is a law that prohibits foreigners to be part of our vessels flying international route, Mr. President.
How about domestic routes, Mr. President?
So international pwede? Okay. Point of correction, Mr. President, I'm sorry. Bawal ang foreigners sa domestic routes ng flagship vessels natin. However, sa international, yung pong vessels carrying Filipino flag, applying international water, hindi po bawal yun. And then, so yung pong foreigner na sakay doon will be protected by the MLC.
Yes, okay. The Philippines will make sure that he is protected under MLC 2006 because we are a state party. Okay. But can we, if we compare now, the same Philippine registered ship, ocean-going vessel. So nabanggit nyo na po, ang source of rights ni foreigner doon ay MLC 2006. Si Filipino, seafarer, on board that Philippine registered ocean-going vessel, ano po ang source of rights niya?
Kasi po, yung kaya nga Magna Carta for Seafarers, this only focused on the rights of the Filipino seafarers. Ibig sabihin, pang-Pilipino lang po talaga, Filipino seafarers. Now, doon po sa foreigner, again, they're covered under the MLC convention. And at the same time, yung mga laws na kung saan siya, sa kanyang nationality, then he or she is protected under that law of that country where he or she belongs, Mr. President.
Sige, si Filipino ship owner naman ang subject nandoon sa laws nung foreigner.
Exactly, Mr. President.
Pero si Filipino seafarer on board Philippine registered domestic ships, ang governing law niya, labor code.
Ang labor code po natin, Mr. President, Your Honor.
And to the extent but to the extent applicable, also the Magna Carta.
That is
Tama
correct.
ba? Because there is actually a chapter for the domestic seafarer.
That is correct. That's why in chapter 14, they have exclusive coverage on this Magna Carta bill. Mr. President, dedicated lamang para sa kanila yung chapter 14 ng bill na ito.
Si cadet, Mr. President, si cadet ay may definition siya rito sa page 3, line 11. Hindi siya seafarer.
Seafarer po, si cadet.
Seafarer na siya.
That is correct.
Even as a cadet.
That is correct, Mr. President. Once na sumampas siya sa barko, considered na po siya as seafarer. Kasi bago siya maging cadet, meron po siyang dadaanan ng mga proseso that will make him and certify him as a seafarer na pwede nang magsampa ng anong klaseng vessel, Mr. President.
So thank you for clarifying that, Mr. President. Basta si cadet, as defined in our definition of terms, is considered a seafarer. That's why mentioned siya sa ating panukala.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. President. Ito pong hindi rin covered na pagdating sa klase ng vessel. Ships of traditional built. Ano po ito, Mr. President? So yung seafarer na nasa ship of traditional built ay hindi siya covered sa ating panukala. Ano pong ibig sabihin nito?
Okay, yung traditionally made boats, Mr. President, ito yung mga bangka na ginawa dito, yung parang makalumang bangka, yung mga parang galleon boat na pang-exhibit, na parang for purposes of like tourism, para magpasyal-pasyal lang ng mga bisita, etc. Yun po hindi included. Excluded po sila, Mr. President.
Okay, so meron palang ganyan na ocean going, Mr. President. Meron. Kasi nasa letter 3, section 3A siya Mr. President.
Yes, meron pong mga ships ocean going, Mr. President, na hindi for commercial purposes, kundi for tour and educational purpose na nagagamit po yung ships na yon. And therefore, different po ang coverage noon, Mr. President.
Okay, but meron kasi yung phrase dito, as may be defined under existing rules and regulations. So para maklaro, sino po ang mag-i-issue po nito? Para alam po natin sino ang ang in charge.
In charge for that, Mr. President, is the Marina.
So, tapos kung meron talagang ganito mga vessels o barko, at hindi to applicable, anong batas po ang applicable sa kanila although they may be ocean going?
Well then, as far as benefits and salaries are concerned, depende po sa contract nila and diyan papasok po yung ating labor laws, diyan po yung DOLE.
Labor code.
And then pwede rin po tumulong ang Marina, pwede yung makialam pagdating po doon sa kontrata nila at ma-ensure na compliance po yung may-ari ng vessels doon sa mga rights and privileges nung seafarer, seafarer nandoon sa barkong yon, Mr. President, Your Honor.
So, thank you for that, Mr. President. Pero yung, para klaruhin natin, yung mga cruise ships naman, cruise vessels, ocean going yon, yung Filipino seafarer doon, on board that cruise ship, na pasyal-pasyal din naman, pero commercial purpose siya, ano pong batas ang go-govern sa kanya?
Yeah, that's different, Mr. President. Yung sa cruise ship, definitely sila po ay considered as seafarer, full-time seafarer na covered po under sa Magna Carta Bill, Your Honor, Mr. President.
That's why so critical po yung as may be defined under existing rules and regulations siguro para talagang klaro po kasi.
Tama po, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Ngayon, Mr. President,
Please adjourn this session at the back. Please adjourn that session, Your Honors.
wala man di. Sabihan na lang natin.
I'm just kidding, Majority Leader. I'm just kidding.
I thought our colleagues were begging for mercy that we already suspend our interpellation.
I'm
That's
about
why-
to make an appeal, Mr. President, actually, because of the fact that we are
I'm about to apply for a Deputy Senate President position because this is not my job, Your Honor. But I'm just kidding, Majority Leader.
but yes, Mr. President, I will withdraw my
Yeah, Mr. President,
train of thought, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Allow the minority leader to continue.
I don't think we can finish the
his
interpellation now
thought-provoking
because
insight, Mr. President.
we are really gaining a lot of insights from our sponsor as to the scope, the extent, the meaning of our Magna Carta and how valuable it is. Kasi actually, meron talaga may international ramification na ito or at least are influenced by international agreements. MLC 2006 is just one of the agreements which influence our Magna Carta. There's another one and this is the so-called letter S yung umpisa eh. Ano yun? STCW. And just like my question in MLC 2006, to what extent has the concepts in STCW or provisions been adopted in our Magna Carta, Mr. President?
Yung STCW, Mr. President, Your Honor, yan yung agency na ensures that training and certification and the safety of the seafarers must be followed, and curriculum-wise, they're very strict in evaluating and monitoring to ensure compliance, Mr. President, Your Honor.
So we comply with this before we can even talk about seafarers, bale? Because this we comply in order to produce our seafarers. Ito pa ba yun?
That is correct, Mr. President.
Naalala ko noon, Mr. President, that the Philippines was warned by the European Union that we have to do something serious daw or drastic with our maritime education or with our maritime industry. Otherwise, we will be delisted ba yun? Or we will be not be accredited by the European Union and they cannot hire Filipino seafarers. But ang latest news is that they are no longer pursuing that warning and that they are satisfied and they are continuing to recruit and allow Filipino seafarers to work on EU registered ships. So ang tanong ko, what did we do or what have we done? All of a sudden, there is a change in tone in the EU, Mr. President.
That is correct, Mr. President. You're really exactly right. Kasi ang nangyari, Mr. President, marami tayong mga violations since 2006 and then it went up until 2017. So when the EMSA did an inspection dito sa atin and they saw na marami pa rin tayong mga violations, so therefore they asked us na para to explain and we did just like that, but hindi nila tinanggap yun. So 2021 they came back and then when they did another inspection, again we failed. So after that, in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, tama? 2022, we did submit our position paper or our explanation doon sa kanilang pag-issue sa atin ng failed na meron tayong mga violation, and then we specify the things that we should be doing to improve so that we will be in par with the international standards set forth by the MLC. And so nung nabasa po nila, Mr. President, yung explanation natin, they said, okay, we will give you extension for your recognition. So in-extend lang po, Mr. President.
Temporary lang din po, subject to subject to our fulfillment siguro of what we promised that we would do.
Exactly, Mr. President. They might come back in 2 years, 3 years to inspect. We don't know. There's nothing exactly that says there na babalik sila after 2 years or 4 years, 5 years. But what they did is they just gave us an extension. Because doon po sa ating ginawa explanation, we told them na we are in compliant of the MLC 2006, but wala pa silang ginagawang inspection after na in-extend nila yung recognition natin, Mr. President.
Akala ko na napatawad na tayo because of the competent and eloquent representations made by our presiding officer when he went to Brussels, Mr. President. I think this was brought out, Mr. President, in that visit, and our presiding officer defended.
You're 100% correct, Minority Leader.
That is correct, Mr. President, in your honor. Malaking bagay, malaking tulong, Mr. President, yung ginawang representation ni ng ating
I'm just joking. Many officials, high officials, including the President, Trade Secretary Pascual, and our own Senate President have made representations as to how the situation has improved. And of course, that's well known to our very knowledgeable chair of the Migrant Workers Committee, as he said earlier.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, for that. Totoo yun, Mr. President, gumawa ng manifestation, si Senator Angara, Senator President, even the President of the Philippines. Because of that, yun po ang isa sa mga reason kung bakit nila tayo binigyan ng extension as a courtesy.
Opo. So it's at least klaro sa atin na extension lang pala. So, Mr. President, pagka Magna Carta na po pinag-uusapan natin na batas, and we call it the Magna Carta for something, like Magna Carta for seafarers, this is a potential landmark law, Mr. President. So I hope the sponsor doesn't mind if we suspend this interpellation so we can continue at some other time and we'll pursue some other concepts contained in the bill, Mr. President, because this is the Magna Carta for seafarers. Pero ang point ko po sana ngayon kung pwede pa natin ma-widen ang kanyang coverage kasi to be liberal with who we consider to be a seafarer, and this becomes their Magna Carta. But I end with that observation, Mr. President. If I could suspend my interpellation with the permission of our sponsor, Mr. President.
No problem, Mr. President. I'm more than happy and willing to sit down with you and let's help each other out. Tingnan po natin kung ano pa po yung pwede maidagdag na wala rito na sa tingin niyo po ikagaganda ng bill na ito. So why not? And so be it. Mr. President, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pimentel and Senator Tulfo. At this juncture, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2221 under Committee Report number 69. So move, Mr. President.
Thank you to our hardworking senators, and as the majority, any objection to the motion of the Majority Leader? There being none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 93 on House Bill number 4844. This bill pertains to the creation of Barangay Ginhalinan, Barobo, Surigao del Sur. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 4844 under Committee Report number 93.
Any objection? Motion is carried. Consideration of the bill is proper.
We ask the Secretary General, Mr. President, to read the title only of the measure.
Secretary General will read the title of the bill.
An act creating a barangay in the municipality of Barobo, province of Surigao del Sur, to be known as Barangay Ginhalinan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Local Government and our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
The hardworking, good-looking, the epitome of brotherly love, the chairperson of the Committee on Local Government, Senator J.V. Ejercito, is hereby recognized.
Yes, Mr. President and honorable members of the Senate, good afternoon. As chairperson of the Committee on Local Government, I have the honor to report back to this august body House Bill number 4844 under Committee Report number 93, or the creation of Barangay Ginhalinan in the municipality of Barobo, province of Surigao. Sections 385 and 386 of Republic Act number 7160, or the Local Government Code of 1991, as amended, provide the manner by and requisites by which barangays may be created. Further, under Section 386 of the said law, barangays may be created in indigenous cultural communities by an act of Congress to enhance the delivery of basic services in such communities, notwithstanding the requirement on population in the said provision. Mr. President, the proposed Barangay Ginhalinan qualifies as a tribal barangay. A certification issued by the National Commission on Indigenous People, or NCIP, confirms that the Manobo indigenous peoples are presently inhabiting Barangay Ginhalinan. Said certification was issued by the NCIP pursuant to Chapter 4, Section 18 of Republic Act number 8371, otherwise known as the Indigenous Peoples' Right Act of 1997. Said provision states that the indigenous cultural communities, indigenous peoples living in contiguous areas, or communities where they form the predominant population but which are located in municipalities, provinces, or cities where they do not constitute the majority of the population, make, form, or constitute a separate barangay in accordance with the Local Government Code on the creation of tribal barangays. Mr. President, Barangay Ginhalinan, comprising sitios Ginhalinan, Umbon, Kandiisan, and Binuyuyan, was created by the virtue of a local ordinance. As such, the barangay is precluded from receiving any share in the national tax allotments, and its financial requirements are borne by the local government unit of Barobo. The passage of this measure will entitle Barangay Ginhalinan to its just share in the local wealth in accordance with Section 285 of the Local Government Code. This will immensely improve the delivery of basic service to our constituents, especially to the Manobo IP community in the barangay. Mr. President, this humble representation therefore recommends approval of the bill that we are sponsoring today and seeks the support of this honorable chamber for the immediate passage of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Ejercito. At this juncture, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4844 under Committee Report number 93. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried, and consideration of House Bill 4844 is suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 117 on House Bill number 5819. This is the bill dividing Barangay 176, also known as Barangay Bagong Silang in the city of Caloocan. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we consider House Bill number 5819 under Committee Report number 117. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved, and consideration of House Bill 5819 is in order. With the permission of the body, the Secretary will read only the title of bill without prejudice to insert into the record the whole text.
An act dividing Barangay 176, also known as Barangay Bagong Silang in the city of Caloocan, into 6 separate and independent barangays to be known as Barangays 176A, 176B, 176C, 176D, 176E, and 176F.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we again recognize the very hardworking Deputy Majority Leader and the Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Local Government, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
The very hardworking, very dynamic, very good-looking, very loving chairperson of the Committee on Local Government is hereby recognized to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Thank you,
for the
Mr.
measure.
President. I think tonight we are in a hurry. So there's no more time for mutual admiration. I'll reserve that next time.
You can go ahead. No need.
Thank you very much, of course, our hardworking Majority Floor Leader and our presiding officer, Mr. President, honorable members of the Senate. Good evening. House Bill number 5819, under Committee Report number 117, or the division of Barangay 176 or Barangay Barangay Sila in the city of Caloocan into 6 separate and independent barangays. Mr. President, the committee also strongly recommends the division of Barangay 176 in Caloocan City into 6 separate and independent barangays. Barangay 176 or Barangay Bagong Silang, located in North Caloocan, is the largest barangay, both in population and land area in the country. Based on the latest census conducted by the Philippine Statistics Authority in 2020, the barangay has a population of 261,729, accounting for 16% of Caloocan City's population. Barangay Bagong Silang was officially founded during the administration of former President Ferdinand E. Marcos with the specific objective in mind to usher in a new hope for the many residents who had previously resided in slum areas across Metro Manila during the 1970s.
Committee.
Consequently, the name of this barangay, Bagong Silang, which translates to newborn in Filipino, was chosen to reflect the purpose of its establishment. This measure that we are sponsoring today, which proposes to subdivide Barangay Bagong Silang into 6 separate and independent barangays, is a renewal of the government's commitment deeply rooted in providing new hope to its constituents. Our primary aim is to empower these communities by providing them with greater resources and a chance for a brighter future. Through the committee's public hearing and consultation with the concerned agencies, we affirm that the proposed 6 barangays to be created meet the criteria of the creation of barangays provided under the Local Government Code. Mr. President, the barangays play an indispensable role in achieving national development. Throughout the challenging period of COVID-19 pandemic, our barangays served as the national government's arms, tirelessly working to guarantee the effective implementation of essential health and safety protocols within their jurisdictions. The passage of these measures will support our objectives to empower our barangays and ultimately to promote the welfare of our constituents through the seamless provision of fundamental services. This humble representation therefore recommends the approval of the bills that we are sponsoring today and seeks the support of this honorable chamber for the immediate passage of this measure. Again, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. To allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 5819 under Committee Report number 117. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved and suspension of the measure is suspended. Journal daw, journal. Medyo. Tapos na.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 18th Session, Tuesday, September 5, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, we got a message from Senator Go's office, and he would like to just insert into the record his co-sponsorship speech on House Bill numbers 4844 and 5819. Let's just be inserted,
We
Mr.
note
President.
the
Thank you, Mr.
manifestation of the
President.
Majority Leader. Yeah.
Mr. President, may bukas pa. Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, September 11, 2023. So move, Mr. President.
Thank you for your very timely motion, Majority Leader. Any objection? Hearing none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, September 11, 2023.